Yes, please. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashata Deshatarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashata Deshatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandji Radha Kala Chandji Radhe Jaya Radha Kala Chandji Radha Kala Chandji Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Shri Radhe Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Sri Radhe, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Bala Deva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gora Hari Bol. जय श्री राधा काला चंद जी की जय. जय जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा माई की जय. जय गौरनिताय की जय. कृष्णा 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 है. कृष्णा 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 है. कृष्णा 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 है. राम राघव राम राघव राम राघव. सॉरी. कृष्णा 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 है. कृष्णा 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 है. कृष्णा 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 रक्ष माम. कृष्णा 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 पाहि माम. राम राघव राम राघव राम राघव रक्ष माम. कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव पाहि माम. हरे कृष्णा. जय जगन्नाथ. Reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, 8th Canto, Chapter 8, The Churning of Milk Ocean. Sukadeva Goswami continued, upon Lord Shiva's drinking the poison, both the demigods and the demons, being very pleased, began to churn ocean with renewed vigor. As a result of this, there appeared a cow known as Surabhi. O King Parikshit, great sages who were completely aware of the Vedic ritual ceremonies took charge of that Surabhi cow, which produced all the yogurt, milk, and ghee absolutely necessary for offering oblations into the fire. They this just for the sake of pure ghee, which they wanted for the performance of sacrifice to elevate themselves to our higher planetary systems up to Brahmaloka. Thereafter, a horse named Uchchaisrava, which was as white as the moon, was generated. Bali Maharaj desired to possess this horse, and Indra, the king of heaven, did not protest, for he had previously been so advised by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As a next result of the churning, the king of the elephants named Airavata was generated. This elephant was white and with its four tusks is defied the glories of the Kailasa mountain, the glorious abode of Lord Shiva. Thereafter, O king, eight great elephants which could go in any direction were generated. They were headed by Airavana, eight she elephants headed by Abramu were also generated. Generated thereafter from the great ocean were the celebrated gems Kastuba Mani and Padmaraga Mani. Lord Vishnu, to decorate his chest, desired to possess them. Generated next was the Parijata flower, which decorates the celestial planets. O king, as you fulfill the desires of everyone on this planet by fulfilling all ambitions, the Parijata fulfills the desires of everyone. Next, there appeared the Apsaras, who were used as prostitutes on the heavenly planets. They were fully decorated with golden ornaments and lockets and were dressed in fine, attractive clothing. The Apsaras moved very slowly in an attractive style that bewildered the heavens of the heavenly planets. Then there appeared the goddess of fortune, Rama, who is absolutely dedicated to being enjoyed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. She appeared like electricity, surpassing the lightning that might illuminate a marble mountain. Because of her exquisite beauty, her bodily features, her youth, her complexion, and her glories, everyone, including the demigods, the demons, and the human beings, desired her. They were attracted because she is the source of all opulences. The king of heaven, Indra, brought a suitable sitting place for the goddess of fortune. All the rivers of sacred water, such as Ganges and Yamuna, personified themselves, and each of them brought pure water in golden water pots for Mother Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune. The land became the land became a person and collected all drugs and herbs needed for installing the deity. The cows delivered five products, namely milk, yogurt, ghee, urine, and cow dung, and the spring personified collected everything produced in spring during the months of Chaitra and Vaishakha, April and May. The great sages performed the bathing ceremony of goddess of fortune as directed in the authorized scriptures. The Gandharvas chanted all auspicious Vedic mantras, and the professional women dancers were nicely danced and sang authorized songs prescribed in the Vedas. The cloud is personified form. The clouds in personified form beat various types of drums, known as mridangas, pannavas, murajas, and anakas. They also blew conch shells and bugles known as gomukas and played flutes and stringed instruments. The combined sound of these instruments was tumultuous. Thereafter, the great elephants from all directions carried big water jugs full of Ganges water and bathed the goddess of fortune to the accompaniment of Vedic mantras chanted by learned Brahmanas. While thus being bathed, The goddess of fortune maintained her original style with a lotus flower in her hand, and she appeared very beautiful. The goddess of fortune is most chaste as she does not know anyone but the supreme personality of Godhead. The ocean, which is the source of all valuable jewels, supplied the upper and lower portions of yellow silken garment. The predominating deity of water, Varuna, presented flower garlands surrounded by six legged bumblebees drunken with honey. Vishwakarma, one of the Prajapatis, supplied varieties of decorated ornaments. The goddess of learning, Saraswati, supplied a necklace. Lord Brahma supplied a lotus flower, and the inhabitants of Nagaloka supplied earrings. Thereafter, Mother Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, having been properly celebrated with an auspicious ritual ceremony, began moving about, holding in her hand a garland of lotus flowers which were surrounded by humming bumblebees. Smiling with shyness, her cheeks decorated with by her earrings, she looked extremely beautiful. Her two breasts, which were symmetrical and nicely situated, were covered with the sandalwood pulp and kunkuma powder, and her waist was very thin. As she walked here and there, her ankle bells jingling softly, she appeared like a creeper of gold. While walking among the Gandharvas, Yakshas, Asuras, Siddhas, Charanas, and denizens of heaven, Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, was scrutinizingly examining them, but she could not find anyone naturally endowed with all good qualities. None of them was devoid of faults, and therefore she could not take shelter of any of them. The goddess of fortune, examining the assembly, thought in this way: someone who has undergone great austerity has not yet conquered anger. Someone possesses knowledge, but he has not conquered material desires. Someone is very great personality, but he cannot conquer lusty desires. Even a great personality depends on something else. How then can he be the supreme controller? Someone may possess full knowledge of religion, but still not be kind to all living entities. In someone, whether human or demigod, there may be renunciation, but that is not the cause of liberation. Someone may possess great power and yet be unable to check the power of eternal time. Someone else may have renounced attachment to the material world, yet he cannot compare to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, no one is completely freed from the influence of material modes of nature. Someone may have longevity but not have auspicious or good behavior. Someone may have both auspicious and good behavior, but the duration of his life is not fixed. Although such demigods as Lord Shiva have eternal life, they have inauspicious habits like living in crematoriums and even in others as well qualified in all aspects. They were not devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sukadeva Goswami continued, in this way, after full deliberation, the goddess of fortune accepted Mukunda, her husband, because although he is independent and not in want of her, he possesses all transcendental qualities and mystic powers and is therefore the most desirable. Approaching the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the goddess of fortune placed upon his shoulders the garland of newly grown lotus flowers, which were surrounded by humming bumblebees searching for honey. Then, expecting to get a place on the bosom of the Lord, she remained standing by his side, her face smiling in shyness. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the Father of the three worlds, and his bosom is the residence of the Mother Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, the proprietor of opulences. The goddess of fortune, by a favorable and merciful glance, can increase the opulence of the three worlds along with their inhabitants and their directors, the demigods. The inhabitants of Gandharloka, Charanaloka, then took the opportunity to play their musical instruments, such as conch shells, bugles, and drums. They began dancing and singing along with their wives. Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, the great sage Angira, and similar directors of the universal management showered flowers and chanted mantras indicating the transcendental glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All the demigods, along with Prajapatis and the descendants, being blessed by Lakshmi Ji's glance upon them, were immediately enriched with good behavior and transcendental qualities. Thus, they were very much satisfied. O king, because of being neglected by the goddess of fortune, the demons and rakshasas were depressed, bewildered, and frustrated, and thus they became shameless. Next appeared Varuni, the lotus eyed goddess who controls the drunkards with the permission of Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna. The demons, headed by Bali Maharaj, took possession of this young girl. O king, thereafter, while the sons of Kashyapa, both demons and demigods, were engaged in churning the ocean of milk, a very wonderful male person appeared. He was strongly built, his arms were strong, long, stout, and strong. His neck, which was marked with three lines, resembled a conch shell. His eyes were reddish, and his complexion was blackish. He was very young. He was garlanded with flowers, and his entire body was fully decorated with various ornaments. He was dressed in yellow garments and wore brightly polished earrings made of pearls. The tips of his hair were anointed with oil, and his chest was very broad. His body had all good features. He was stout and strong like a lion, and he was decorated with bangles. In his hand he carried a jug filled to the top with nectar. This person was Dhanavantri, a plenary portion of a plenary portion of Lord Vishnu. He was very conversant with the science of medicine, and as one of the demigods, he was permitted to take a share in sacrifices. Hare Krishna. Upon seeing Dhanvantri carrying the jug of nectar, the demons, desiring the jug and its contents, immediately snatched it away by force. The jug of nectar was carried off by the demons. The demigods were more. Thus they sought shelter of the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who always desires to fulfill the ambitions of his devotees, saw the demigods were morose. He said to them, "Do not be aggrieved. By my own energy, I shall be wild at the demons by creating a quarrel among them. In this way, I shall fulfill your desire to have the nectar." Hare Krishna. O king, a quarrel then arose among the demons over who would get the nectar first. Each one of them said, "You cannot drink it first, I must drink it first. Me first, not you." Some of the demons said, "All the demigods have taken part in the churning the ocean of milk. Now, as everyone has an equal right to participate in any public sacrifice according to the eternal religious system, it is, it is befitting that that the demigods now have a share of the nectar. O king, in this way, the weaker demons forbade the stronger demons to take shelter, to take nectar. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, who can contract any unfavorable situation, then assumed the form of extremely beautiful woman. This incarnation of a woman, Mohini Murti, was most pleasing to the mind. Her complexion resembled in color a newly grown blackish lotus, and every part of body was beautifully situated. Her ears were equally decorated with earrings. Her cheeks were very beautiful. Her nose was raised, and her face full of youthful luster. A large breast made her waist seem very thin. Attracted by the aroma of her face and body, bumblebees hummed around her, and thus her eyes were restless. Her hair, which was extremely beautiful, was garlanded with mallika flowers. Her attractively constructed neck was decorated with a necklace and other ornaments. Her arms were decorated with bangles. Her body was covered with a clean sari, and her breasts seemed like islands in an ocean of beauty. Her legs were decorated with ankle bells. Because of the movements of her eyebrows, as she smiled with shyness and glanced over the demons, all the demons were saturated with lusty desires, and every one of them desired to possess her. Because of the because of the supreme lord assuming the form of beautiful woman to address the lustrous demon, a description of her complete beauty is given here. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of 8th canto, 8th chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam entitled The Churning of the Milk Ocean. Hare Krishna. Jai Sri Radha Kala Chandji ki Jai. Jai Jagannath Baldev Subhadra ki Jai. Jai Gaurita ki Jai. Jai Srimad Bhagavatam ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Hare
कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतो सम्भ्रमसेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं वेणुं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसम्भ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमाहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसम्भ्रमसेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं सकलेन्द्रिय वृत्तिमन्त्री पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दं आदे पुरुषं तमहं भजामि.
No. Namo Vishvaya Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namane Ama. I can't see if it's on. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Adhyavani Pasyata Deshatarane Prabhupada Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavan Pashata Adeshatarane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Anyavani Paschata Desha Tarane Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivashari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivashari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Chaitanya Nityananda Gaurava Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Radha Kalachanji Radhe. Radha Kalachanji Radhe. Radha Nilamadva Radhe. Radha Govinda Radhe. Oh Jagannath Jaya Jagannath, Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, Patita Pavana Gauranitai. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Gurudeva, Srila Gurudeva. Jaya Gurudeva. So I've been asked to sing these Jayanila prayers, and so if everyone will join me after I chant. I'm not feeling so super healthy, so I need everybody's loving support.
You type in Jaya Nilo Premadana and KK songs, it'll pull up.
Yeah, it pulls up in KK songs. Jaya Nila Premadana Karuna Pako Madana Karuna Pako Jaya Nila Premadana Karuna Prako Ena Prabhu Kota Gela Rachaya Chaka Ain't no Prabhu Kota Gela Chaya Chaka Kamara Swara Rama Sana Sana Sarabhupa Kata Sanata Katamore Svarabhupa Kahasanata Ekakale gota dela gore natara Kahara sarag tata bhatita bhava Kahamore Bata Yuga Kata Kaviraj Kahamore Bata Yuga Kaha Kaviraj Ekakale karagale guna natara Vashane goti mata anele pahibo anele pasibo Vashane goti mata anele pasibo Goranga Ganira Nida Koti Jele Pavo Goranga Ganira Nidi Gota Jele Pavo Sabe sangira sange Yakule vilas Premadana Karunakaro Jaya Gurudeva 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 Srila Gurudeva Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Srila Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Srila Prabhupada Gora Gora Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. We can read the translations together. Everyone has? He who brought the treasure of divine love and who is filled with compassion and mercy, where has such a person as Advaita Charya gone? Where has my Swarup Damodar and Rupa Goswami? Where has Sanatan and Sri Raghunath Das Goswami, savior of the fallen? Where are my Raghunath Bhatt and Gopal Bhatt? Where is Krishnadas Kaviraj? Where did Lord Gauranga, the great dancer, suddenly go? I will smash my head against the rock and enter into fire. Where will I find Lord Gauranga, the reservoir of all wonderful qualities? Being unable to attain the association of Lord Gauranga, accompanied by all the devotees in whose association he performed his pastimes. Narottam Daur, quickly. Jai, Srila Gurudeva, Srila Prabhupada, Panchakalpa Tribhasya, Kripa Sindhubhye Vacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo. Anantagoti Vaishnavebhyo Ki.
Jai, Nandini Mataji ki Jai. Thank you, Mataji. Despite your health, you sang so nicely. Hare Krishna. Jai, Srila Gurudev's Disappearance Festival ki Jai. Srila Gurudeva ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. So it's very fitting that we sing this song. And this morning when Srila Gurudev gave the lecture, the class that he gave, which is from Houston in 1998, he emphasized this point, that whoever we have in our association are the people that Krishna has given us as the association. And that if we stay loyal to one another and love one another and build our relationships, deep relationships with one another, that everything will happen. Everything that's supposed to happen will happen, because actually it's who is making it all happen. It's Krishna who is making it all happen. We may be thinking that, I'm doing this or so-and-so is doing that. It is true that we are doing, but ultimately it is Krishna's sanction that makes everything happen. And so in the class, he was emphasizing how it is so important for us to be loyal to our spiritual master. And it reminded me of a pastime when we were at the American Academy of Religions that Gurudev would attend on behalf of ISKCON, where all the religious leaders of America, and sometimes from other countries in the world, would also come to America once a year, and they would sort of speak about their faith and speak about how their faith encourages them, how they're getting closer to God. So there was this one session in which the question was asked, why do you think your religion is the best religion? And I thought, wow, what a question to ask, right? I mean, you're asking for trouble when you say something like that. You get all these people there, all trying to tout their faith as mine is the best faith, and, in a sense, put down the other faith, right? I'm sure that's not very pleasing to God for that to happen, like that. But anyway, it just happened that people spoke, and people clapped, every time somebody finished, because if they don't clap, then they don't get clapped to either, right? If I don't clap. It's a little I scratch your back, you can scratch my back. So people are clapping like that. And then came to Gurudev's turn to speak. And Sugurudev said, well, in our faith, he said, it's very simple. He says, very simple why ours is the best religion. And he says, because we have Srila Prabhupada. And everybody was, like, people are talking about God. And here, Gurudev is talking about Srila Prabhupada. Because you cannot have God. And he explained that you cannot have God without someone who knows God to show you who God is and introduce you to God. Then you can come to know God. And that person, what type of qualities would they need to have that God would allow himself to be introduced to people, right? And that they would actually sing and dance and feast, their hearts out when they met God. But that was proof that they met God. If you meet God and then your life is blah, that's not meeting God. You have not met God. If you meet God, life is just going to be amazing, right? And when he finished, there was a standing ovation. Everybody clapped because they all got reminded why they were in religion. That religion is actually meant for love of God. So the class today was very good in that way that he reminded us about that, right? And he said that how Srila Prabhupada had so much faith in his spiritual master, that everything was based on one thing. And he said, he kept repeating this thing. And he says, my spiritual master saved me. So my spiritual master is everything. If he had not saved me, then where is anything that I'm doing, what would happen? Nothing would happen if your spiritual master doesn't save you, right? Like that. So Srila Prabhupada saved all of us, actually. And he was sort of bringing that point out. And in some cases, it was being little humorous. He gave the example of how sometimes we think, you're married and you think, in my next life, I'll probably have a better wife than I had this life, like that, or a better husband, or, something like that, right? I'll have better friends, better lifestyle, better this, that, and the other. And he said, it doesn't happen in the next life. It's the same old, same old. You're back to the same situation again. You're complaining again. You're not happy with what you have. Whereas what you should be doing is being very happy with what you have. And in our case, how fortunate we are. We have the best of the best, right? If we all start talking about Srila Prabhupada, I think, ions would go by and we'd still be not repeating ourselves about Srila Prabhupada, right? And I'm noticing this myself. In the case of Gurudev, we're doing these Gurudev's memories where, stalwart, wonderful devotees like Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, I'm saying in front of him, but came and spoke. And, so he had so much to say when we had given so much time and we ran out of time. And, he was like, I can say a lot more. And we wanted to hear more. And this is one of the difficulties with these type of programs, that we have limited time and we have so many people who can say something. And so why I'm saying this is I want all of you to come on to that series, the memories series. We will do as many as we can. We can do one every week if we have to, like that. But come on and listen to some of the people who are speaking, and you'll be completely bowled over like we are. Every time we hear somebody, we think, wow, that was so nice. It gave us such nice memories. It encouraged us in our Krishna consciousness. And we feel so much more closer to Radha Kalachandji when we hear that, and so much closer to Srila Prabhupada. All of the deities where the devotees come from, we feel so much closer to them. So please take advantage of that, because in this program, it's not going to be possible for us to hear in depth from anybody. Everybody's going to say a little bit, but, please come on to those programs, and there we can speak for longer periods of time. It's just like Radha Krishna Prabhu, you'll see his thing come up here that he's going to be speaking again this Sunday. And he spoke just a few weeks ago, if I'm not wrong, 3 weeks ago, something like that. And he's back in again because he wanted to say so much more, and there wasn't just that opportunity. But we will allow that opportunity to happen so that we can hear about Gurudev, and particularly hear about his love for Srila Prabhupada, his love for his God brothers and God sisters, and how this wonderful family of ISKCON devotees is actually, developing, growing, right? And so many wonderful things are happening. So again, thank you. Today, the festival, generally the Disappearance Festival, is meant to be a festival where we recommit ourselves to our spiritual master's instructions, make sure that we go deeper into the instructions, and commit ourselves to preaching, because we really are a preaching movement, reaching out to others and preaching. So Jai, Srila Gurudev ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Shri Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki Jai. So I'll ask Gurudev's God brothers and God sisters first to come and speak, so that you can tell us about what happened when he was around, because obviously he had a mood when he was with you all. That mood changed somewhat when he came to us, with us. And finally, in the final days, the moods changed again, So we can see that. Good to know all of them. I remember one point that Gurudev said. He said he wanted all his lectures prior to 1990 to be destroyed. And I can honestly tell you, anybody who hears his lectures prior to 1990 always comes and says, "Wow, what a great lecture! I got so encouraged, I need to move forward. I need to do something." It's like, and he said he wanted to destroy it because he felt like he was being too heavy, like that. But we need that. We need all those different moods, the heavy mood, the loving mood, all the different moods that we have. So maybe Chakri Prabhu, can you come and say something, please? Sorry? Oh, you have to wait till your wife comes? Okay, that's fine. Then maybe Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, can you please come and speak? And then after that, Mr. Bhagavan Prabhu, can you get ready?
Srila Gurudev ki Jai, Vancha Kalpatarubhascha, Kripa Sindhuvevacha, Patitanang Pavanebhyo Vaishnavevyo Namo Namaha. I want to make sure that Radha Gopinath Prabhu and Tapasvini get a chance to say something. They're visiting us here from Florida. It's been a long time since they've been in Dallas. Radha Gopinath used to be the head chef of Kalachandji's restaurant for how long? 5 years, wow. And he was also very famous back in the day when Gurudev used to really enjoy cashew burfi. Remember that? Radha Gopinath was one of the main burfi makers, I remember, right? It was Mahadev's recipe, okay. But Radha Gopinath was making like pecan burfis and all these different nut burfis to go along with the cashew burfis. Anyway, it was really nice. We had a fun time there back in Kalachandji's in the original days. And Gurudev was, he was right on top of the whole thing because he opened the restaurant as a preaching facility, period. There was never a time when he did not want to take advantage of the opportunity to meet the people that came to the restaurant, to invite all the college professors to the restaurant, and to, make sure that it was totally first class. And of course, Krishna Kalachandji arranged for Sunanda to be the main chef in the beginning. So there was no question of how first class it was. It was beyond first class. It was so full of bhakti. So back then, Gurudev, and all the different devotees that were connected, Nandini and Kartikeya, myself, Gopalacharya was the president of the temple, at least for some time back in those days. And Govinda Dasi, and of course Nanda Priya was one of the waitresses too, right? All the young ladies back in those days, all the pre-motherhood ladies, a lot of them didn't even have kids yet, and they're all working. Gurudev had all the ladies in there, all their beautiful saris on. So you'd come into Kalachandji's, and it would be overwhelming for everybody. They would enjoy it so much, seeing the colorful, beautifully dressed ladies and all the beautiful. Then they'd come in the temple room, and it got so busy that Gurudev had the Bhagavad Gita class stopped in the evening so that we could develop. So he and I and Gopalacharya developed a whole tour of the room so we could take each group and describe each painting and each transparency in Radha Kalachandji and Prabhupada in his books. And we had another book table with a changing body exhibit on it with books to give away to people. And so then we, during the busy nights, Gurudev would come in once in a while. We would all sit there, we were all sitting, and wait for people to come in and give them a tour of the temple. And then naturally, of course, because the people felt so purified coming to the temple, that we would arrange home programs for all these people. And Krishna Shakti just lived a few blocks from here in this cool looking corner house, big beautiful wraparound porch, and we used to do all these programs with Gurudev there at the house. He would come, and then many of the people from the restaurant would come to the programs, and that's when he started engaging me at that time during his programs as the Madrunga player. I would be the Madrunga player, and sometimes he would let me chant, but he would sing and conduct the class. And so that way, he orchestrated this whole thing where we made many, many devotees from the restaurant clients. And hundreds of the people that weren't officially devotees were closet devotees. We would be giving tours in here. He would be here. We'd all be in here at different times. And groups would get the tour from one of us, and then they would bring all their friends in the next time, and they would give them the tours and describe the exact same thing that we told them. So all these people were just enthusiastically coming here, and it was just blossomed instantly. It was so busy. If anybody thinks it's busier now, it wasn't. It was so busy back in those days. It was unbelievable. We were getting all the food editors to come, and they would say some amazing thing in their article, and then hundreds of people would flood the restaurant. And Gurudev was always on top of it. Okay, what advertising are we doing? And what are we putting on the tables, to invite people to our programs? He was always making sure that everybody was really on top of cultivating people. And so it was really, and then of course, that all happened when, was Yaso here? He was here. Anyway, the crew, Gurudev orchestrated this beautiful crew to build this beautiful temple room, and the only real wood thing in this room is the altar. It's teak wood, and there's no screws. It's all notched together. And then Pashupati and crew, were you part of the crew for a while too, right, Radhanath? So we made molds of all these pieces and cast. Everything in this room is a cast mold of different materials, and then it's painted to look like the altar. So Gurudev and Pashupati designed the restaurant also. And Rohini Sutta was just here a couple days ago. And Rohini was the first one to try to convince Gurudev to make this Kalachandji's restaurant, because he was the head cook in Chicago, and then he came to St. Louis, which was Gurudev's temple, the Radha Damodar head base, and him and Chota Haridas, they turned the little temple there into a restaurant. I know Mother Chandravali that was like the first temple she came to. And Radha Gopinath was there, and Mishra was there, and Chakri was there, right? And so Gurudev also inspired that whole situation. And so then Rohini came to Dallas, and he tried to convince Gurudev to not make a museum, but to do a restaurant. And so we were talking about it. And so the reason why I'm saying this is all these things is because the Vaishnava like Gurudev has compassion and wants to help. So when Rohini was in St. Louis at the little restaurant they had there, he said he walked into the restaurant one time. I don't know if anybody remembers that building, but that when you walk into the restaurant, you go to the right, and there was this one room, and then the main floor of where they had the restaurant. So Rohini comes walking out to refill something, and he said everybody in the entire place was in an uproar of laughter, and his hairs were standing on it, and he realized everybody was intoxicated by the prasadam. I said, I had the same experience here at Kalachandji's. I was here, and when I first got married, I was living across the street. I had the flu really bad, and walked in to check in on the restaurant because I was still too sick to run around. And I walked into the courtyard outside where the fountains are, And everybody at every table was laughing so hard. It was like this contagious thing that people started laughing, and then everybody had, like when you can't stop laughing, it was one of those where you couldn't stop laughing. And I was just like, wow, everybody's high on Kalachandji's prasadam that Sunanda had cooked. And it was, so Gurudev created this whole, situation to benefit people. And so he, has a lineage of wonderful services that he's done. And this is definitely, I think, the jewel, right? So we thank him for that. And hopefully we can, as old folks, we can keep pushing to keep preaching here, in Dallas. Try and reconnect with the Western community a little bit more and engage all the great Indian community in learning how to reach out to the Western community, try to train people in a little bit more preaching mood, And that's natural, and that's what Gurudev wanted to do. That's why he created this community. And he said there's two things about Kalachandji's community. He goes, the bad thing is that nothing's ever going to change. And he goes, and the good thing is that nothing is going to change. That it's a very stable situation. So he, created this whole scene here. So we're getting to enjoy it and give it to others. Hare Krishna, thank you.
Jai Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu ki Jai. So, Prabhu, your wife come? She's here? Okay. Then after Prabhu, then you can come, Prabhu. And then we'll have Mother Tapaswini and Gopinath Prabhu speak. Use that mic, try.
Hare Krishna. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Tinomane Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bevicha Patitanam Pavinebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. It's so wonderful to be here. I have my notes. Hopefully I'll remember what I want to say, because when you get older, the memory starts to go. So anyway, I just wanted to say that Srila Gurudev, he was the most powerful person I ever met besides Srila Prabhupada. Such a very, very powerful person. He was an acharya. That means teacher by example. He set the example for everything that he did. Everything he did was so perfect. His sadhana, he would always come to the morning program, join us for the morning program. He was always giving class. He did deity worship. He wrote so many books. And just everything he did, he was the perfect example of serving his spiritual master, serving Prabhupada. Prabhupada relied on him so much. Prabhupada came to America. My wife is reading Lilamrita now in a Zoom call every Monday. And Prabhupada came. When he left, he had nothing practically. There was nobody to see him off at the dock. And when he came to America, practically no one was there. Just a couple came to pick him up. So, but gradually, Prabhupada said, by the mercy of his spiritual master sent so many qualified devotees to help him, and one of the most qualified was Srila Gurudev. And Prabhupada, we used to say that Gurudev was his right-hand man, that he did the most for Srila Prabhupada's mission. And I myself was serving him here in the early days. Chaitanya Chandra was describing what it was like, and we were all inspired to serve him because we knew that this person was for real. You know, now there's so many things, they call them scams and fake people, but he was for real. He was really serving Prabhupada. He was really serving Prabhupada's mission. He was serving Krishna, and we knew that by serving him, we were serving Prabhupada. We were serving Prabhupada's mission. We were serving Krishna. There was never any doubt in our minds. So we really, so many devotees gave so much to serve Gurudev, and that's why I served him, because I knew that I was serving the right person, that this was really the right thing to do, that he was giving all of his efforts to serving Prabhupada and to serving Krishna. And he did so many wonderful things, like Chaitanya Chandra was saying. A few weeks ago, one of the kids were playing in that picture, got knocked off the wall there. And you could see what was behind there, just a bare, dull, green brick wall. Cinder blocks, or whatever they were. But look at what he did. He transformed this into such a wonderful, wonderful palace for all of us. So he just had so many great achievements. And he had his personality. You know, we say he was strong as a thunderbolt, but soft as a rose. And he definitely had that very, very soft, loving side. And that always came through in the end. So let's see if there's anything else. Yeah, he appreciated loyalty too. The devotees that stayed here, that served him, he really appreciated that a lot. Because one time he told me, he said, "Oh, you're still here." He said, "So many devotees have come and gone, and you're still here." So he appreciated that very much. He said, "You're an old trooper." You're just hanging in there, even though you're not very advanced, but you just keep going. Let's see what else. Yeah, I'm just really hoping to hear the disciples speak, because sometimes the Prabhupada disciples speak and then we don't hear his disciples speak, but they have so much more feelings, realizations, emotions, so I'm really looking forward to hearing them speak. And yeah, I just wanted to say one word of appreciation to Dharma's daughter. I don't even know her name, but yeah, this morning I'm just sitting in the prasadam room chanting there, and she came and gave me Gurudev's Samadhi garland. And I thought, wow, that's really some special mercy to get that garland today on Gurudev's disappearance day. She could have given it to anyone. She could have kept it herself or given it to her parents, but she came and gave it to me, so I really appreciate that, and I really feel like I got some special mercy from Srila Gurudev. So anyway, that's all I can think of saying. So yeah, Gurudev set the example that hopefully I can follow, have good sadhana, and go out and try to spread Srila Prabhupada's movement, Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement. So I hope I can continue to do that. Jai Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai.
Jai. Okay, so here we go. Hare Krishna. Vanchakalpaturvashya kripasindhibheva patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Offer our respectful obeisances unto Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami. He appeared in the 1946th year of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. and Hirsig dynasty in New York, America. He grew up as his brother Kalachandji told me that he was a leader. He was always a leader amongst men, and very protective to him, and helped him get through his childhood. That's his brother Karl became Kalachandji. Tamal Krishna Goswami's whole family was devotees. There's actually a very unique family connection that I never seen anywhere else, where the guru is accompanied by his mother, his brother, his sister-in-law, his nieces and nephews. They're all part of Tamal Krishna Goswami and all of his disciples and his friends and his well-wishers. So even though he wasn't a family man, he had a really huge family. And in 1966, he saw Srila Prabhupada in Thompson Square Park. And it caught his interest, but it wasn't time to meet Prabhupada. That would come a year later. Like a lot of young people in America in 1966, 67, there was by Krishna's arrangement for the Sankirtan movement, there was a big cultural change in America amongst the young people. And a lot of them were heading to San Francisco, which was like the place to be for that year. And Tamal Krishna Goswami went to San Francisco, and he found himself a place in a little farm community called Morning Star Ranch. And Srila Prabhupada, he opened a temple, and Srila Prabhupada came to America and opened a temple in New York, and then he went to open the temple in San Francisco, went to bring it up, and Prabhupada was brought to this Morning Star Ranch, and Tamal Krishna Goswami was there. He was a flute player, and he lived in a tree, I believe. He had a tree house. Yes, a bunch of devotees, a bunch of the members of the Morning Star Ranch became devotees, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj was one of them. Before Prabhupada had gone to Morning Star Ranch, he did the programs in San Francisco. And at one of the programs, the devotees rented a hall in Berkeley, I think it was. And it was, had like 300 seats, and they cooked prasadam for everybody, and they thought it was going to be really great, but they made it a free program. And unfortunately, a lot of times when something's free, people think there's something wrong with it, especially if it's like a church thing, So nobody came, and only 10 people came to this program. And Srila Prabhupada, he was undaunted. He gave a lecture, and he knew the demigods were there, and this one young man, at the end, Prabhupada asked if there was any questions. There was only one person with a question, and that was Tamal Krishna Goswami. And he asked Prabhupada a very intelligent question: what happens if you cannot complete this process of yoga? Will you just become like a riven cloud with no place here or there? It's interesting. It's the same question that Arjuna asked Krishna. So Prabhupada answered, and later on, Prabhupada said that was telling Shamasundar, that one boy was very nice, very intelligent, to ask me such a question, And so he met Prabhupada and joined the San Francisco temple, him and his friend Vishnujan Swami. And then they started Sankirtan. And Tamal Krishna Goswami was interviewed. There was a reporter that came to the temple, San Francisco temple on Frederick Street, because Krishna consciousness was now becoming a kind of a phenomena, and newspapers were taking notice. So they interviewed all the different devotees about what they were doing and what Krishna consciousness was, and they were told about going back to Godhead and how we're not the bodies in the spiritual world, and chant, dance, be happy. When they came to Tamal Krishna Goswami, he said that
the secret of success in spiritual life is to please the spiritual master. He's a new bhakta, and he's understood this. Brand new devotee, and he's already got his life figured out, that he's going to be Prabhupada's servant. Then 1968, he relocated to Los Angeles. Him and Vishnu John Swami joined some devotees that were opening a temple there. Prabhupada went there, and he was on TV, and Prabhupada was on the radio, and Prabhupada was very happy to have a temple in Los Angeles because it's a very important city. Maybe practically par with New York, the west coast of America. And Srila Prabhupada was so pleased with Tamal Krishna Goswami because Tamal Krishna Maharaj, what was his name? Bhakti Raktak Sridhar Maharaj. Anybody know him? He was one of Prabhupada's godbrothers. And the GBC met with this Bhakti Raktak Sridhar Swami in 1980 to try to figure out how to go forward with the Guru Parampara. Prabhupada talk to him. He'll give you some information. And one thing that Bhakti Raktak Sridhar Maharaj said was that when he met with all the whole ISKCON's GBC, they all went took over the river, over the Ganga, and went to his place. And he said, amongst all of you, the one that reflects the mood of your Guru Maharaj is Tamal Krishna Goswami. So such an endorsement. And that was Tamal Krishna Goswami. He understood the mood of Srila Prabhupada, not only the desire, but he just became, Prabhupada was everything to him. And in 1969, the devotees opened up the temple in London. Very exciting story, meeting the Beatles, and the quick expansion of Krishna conscious ISKCON in London. And Shama Sundar wrote to Srila Prabhupada. He said, we need some help with Sankirtan. I'm a good construction person, and Mukunda is very good with PR. But we need somebody to, like what they did in Los Angeles. We need Tamal Krishna Goswami here in London. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj arrived in England in 1969, and he immediately got the Harinam party going and back to Godhead distribution and distributing Prabhupada's books, with the age-old method of just going out, showing, like Vaisheshika always says, show books, sell books, get more books. So using that three-pronged program, Tamal Krishna Goswami turned the London Ratya into a Sankirtan temple. And then, 1970, Srila Prabhupada wrote to Tamal Krishna Goswami and said, "You've been in London long enough. You are a very special devotee, and you have a lot to teach, and your Sankirtan skills are needed all over the world. So you need to get out of London and get over to Germany and help the temple there." So Tamal Krishna Maharaj got thrown out asked to leave London and sent to Germany. And then Prabhupada wrote him a letter and said, "I want you to open a temple in every town and village in Germany, starting with Hamburg." What an instruction. He's just one person, and Prabhupada's saying he wants him to take over the whole country of Germany. And every single town and village will have a temple. And so Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he started with Hamburg, and then it became a very nice temple. And then Tamal Krishna Maharaj made a devotee out of a 11-year-old boy who would later become Satchidananda Swami. Satchidananda Swami was with his mother going shopping. He saw the Harinam party across the street and insisted that we go look at it. And his mother was, no, you can't go there. Don't get involved with that. We're busy. We have to meet your father. But Satyananda Swami, he didn't give up, so he pulls his mom across the street, and Tamal Krishna Goswami comes up to him and says, and asks him to chant the Hare Krishna mantra. Dusprek Hare Krishna. And Satyananda said the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, repeated it after Tamal Krishna Goswami. So, of course, later on, he joined ISKCON in Germany and became Satyananda Swami. So then in 1971, Srila Prabhupada came up with the World Sankirtan Party. Now ISKCON had become pretty well established. There was quite some temples and all over already built, growing quite rapidly. So Prabhupada said, now I fulfilled the order of my Guru Maharaj by spreading Krishna consciousness all the world. Now it's time for my program. Because Prabhupada was always very heartbroken to see the decline of Vedic civilization in India. Because, he just felt like it was so horrible, the Kali Yuga taking over his country, the land of Krishna. So Srila Prabhupada gathered with 25 devotees. Giriraj Swami was there, Hansadutta, Malati, Shamasundar. It was a real crack team. And then they went all over northern India, and opened a temple in Calcutta, and they put on these big pandal programs, which included making a Radhanath Swami. Radhanath Swami joined at one of those pandals. They would go to rich people's house and eat them out of house and home from one place to another, but the people were so happy that they Prabhupada came with those, no matter how rich you are, if you've got 25 guests for 2 weeks that love to eat, that's an ecstatic opportunity, So they went from one place to another. Tejas and a couple other devotees got dumped off in New Delhi. Prabhupada said, just go open a temple here, you're getting off the train right now. The train was from Chicago. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj was a big help. And then after that touring program, and they got started in Bombay with Juhu Beach, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj became the secretary and the GBC of the country of India. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj, and they right away they started this battle with Nair over the property, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj memorized the entire law book of India so that he could operate there. And then he went and bought the property of Mayapur. That was really a big, I think we all have been to Mayapur. We know that was a big step in the history of mankind. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he went to Mayapur. He had a bag full of money and a bag full of beads. And he didn't know the language. He didn't know what he was going to come up. He took the local train. And when he got to Mayapur, then he figured out how to buy land without getting cheated. He went to Krishnagar. He talked to the Land Bureau. He got maps. He got contacts, people that, and he bought that land. And then when he came back to Calcutta, Srila Prabhupada rose from his seat and gave him a big hug. He said, Prabhupada, the land is yours. Then in 1973, Vishnujan Swami came to India and took a trip on a boat ride down to Ganga and distributed japa beads. And every village they went to, Vishnujan Swami would give them beads and teach them to chant, which just happens to be what a guru does. So they all, basically Vishnujan Swami made disciples from top to bottom on the Ganga. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj, associating with Vishnujan Swami, became very enthusiastic about the programs that Vishnujan Swami had started the Hare Krishna Road Show with a bus and some devotees and going out and putting on festivals. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj said, we could do something really big with this. And he came back to America, and in 1974 he began the Radha Damodar Traveling Sankirtan Party, which is the prelude to all of his Sankirtan parties to this day. We have Brihat Madanga and these other devotees are here, traveling around in a van, having a morning program in the van or anywhere, and distributing books all day long, hearing and chanting about Krishna, and having a great evening program, ecstatic prasadam, and lots of dancing. And that was expandable. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj and Vishnu John Swami, he came, and then he asked permission from Prabhupada to come to America for a little while. So then they started this bus program in Traveling Sankirtan. And Vishnu John Swami had these deities, Radha and Damodar. So the buses expanded. They started off with one bus, and then it became 2 buses, and then 3 buses, and then 4 buses, and then 5 buses. And the whole thing grew. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj was such a great planner. So a typical day on the Radha Damodar party would be, they would, after the morning program, if you were on the bus would go to a university. And there was one devotee that would go to the universities before the buses got there and arranged all the programs. So Vishnu John Swami, and they also recruited Jayananda, who joined the party. So now you got this triple team of Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Jayananda, Thakur, and Vishnu John Swami. And they would pick up those deities on a palanquin, silver deities made out of silver, beautiful deities. You can go to Gita Nagari and see them. And they would bring them into the university and just set them up anywhere. I remember one time it was in a cafeteria, and or they would set up in some free speech area. Somehow they set up the deities, and Vishnu John Swami would do a full arti with, and then Vishnu John Swami would sit down and he would start singing his bhajans. And Tamal Krishna Goswami would survey the crowd and see who was reacting, who liked it, who was smiling, who was chanting. One time, I was in my army clothes because we were going to go on book distribution after the festival. So I was sitting behind a couple of college men. They were kind of cynical, intellectual types. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj came up with the Back to Godhead, because this is what he would do. He would take the Back to Godhead and he would distribute the Back to Godhead and preach to somebody. Often he would invite him on the bus if he thought they were ready, and then they'd try out Krishna consciousness. Goswami has so much faith in the holy name that his preaching strategy was just get people to try Krishna consciousness. Just like Nityananda Prabhu here, when he met him in Fiji, he said, just try chanting 16 rounds and following the morning program for a month. Just give it a go. And if it doesn't work for you, I'll close the temple. So he had that kind of faith that if you can just get somebody to come on the bus and try Krishna consciousness, they become devotees. So he was talking to these 2 university students, and then after he got up and left, they were there, and they were holding him back to Godhead. And one of them said to the other, "That's the most intelligent presentation of their philosophy I have ever heard." So that was a little endorsement. And then we go out on Sankirtan, doing Back to Godhead magazines, and then there was so much ecstasy from that, and so many books were distributed, and Prabhupada was really pleased. Then Prabhupada came to America, and but the one problem is that he couldn't find a replacement. He couldn't find anybody like Tamal Krishna Goswami to help him run India. So he was telling Tamal Krishna Maharaj that, we need you to, how can you stay here? What are you doing? I need you in Mayapur, Vrindavan, and Bombay. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj says, "No, Prabhupada, I've been preaching. We have a very nice preaching program." And Prabhupada said, "Well, preaching means results." And then Prabhupada brought in some devotees, 13 men, and introduced every one of them. And Prabhupada saw these ecstatic brahmacharis and said that, oh yes, that's results. So the Radha Damodar party kept us all I joined in the Portland Temple when I saw a picture of the Radha Damodar party in Tamal Krishna Maharaj, so I joined them after that exposure. It's funny, sometimes people would say Tamal Krishna Maharaj took devotees from temples. It wasn't exactly like that. It was more like the devotees from the temples were all just running to Tamal Krishna Maharaj. And they wanted to be on that party. And so the buses started expanding. And in February 1975, Srila Prabhupada came to Atlanta, and Tamal Krishna Goswami did another. Now he's got like 40 men. He went from 13, and now he's got a whole platoon. And they gave every one of us gave Prabhupada a flower, and he introduced us. This is Bhakti Michael. He joined our party at a young age. And he said about me, and Prabhupada smiled, and we all sat down, and Prabhupada thanked us for selling his books. And that's a lot happened that weekend. Basically, Prabhupada kickstarted the Radha Damodar project with that trip to Atlanta, and then it grew big. And so by July, there was now 5 buses and 140 men doing book distribution across the whole country. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj, with a big map and a telephone, is running this whole thing. And that landed us in 1976 in March. We all went to Mayapur together, and again we got to Mayapur, and everybody was on holidays. It was Gaur Purnima in 1976, and devotees were going on parikram, and they had cameras, and everybody was relaxing, soaking up the spiritual dham. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj sent us all out in book distribution. We've been distributing books 6 days a week for the whole year, and now we're in Mayapur for holidays, and we're back out on book distribution. Tamal Krishna Maharaj sent us to the main gate, and we had these little Bhagavad Gitas called Gita Gans that Prabhupada wrote, poetry, Bengali version of the Bhagavad Gita. Gita Gan and Ek Rupya. 1 rupee then was worth 10 today. So it's Gita Gan, Ek Rupya. Yeah, Chaitanya Chandra remembers. We were there. And then Vishnu John Swami disappeared, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj got sent to China. I don't have time to elaborate on that very much, but we all know that story. So then when we got back to New York, the new focus was the Rath Yatra. It was May 1976, and we were going to have Rath Yatra in July. And Srila Prabhupada was coming. So I became Jayananda's personal servant, to help him. And we get into Rath Yatra together. So I was also Tamal Krishna Maharaj's servant at that time, because he was in the New York temple preparing to go to China with Dristadumna. So one time I brought Tamal Krishna Maharaj a whole tray full of prasadam, the whole Raj Bhoga offering, with handles, and it was all these nice little stainless steel cups and the plates and everything full of ecstatic prasadam. So I placed it in front of him. This is on the 11th floor, of course. And the elevator only worked when Prabhupada was there. So he says, "It's cold." And I said, "Oh, did you want it hot?" And he said, "Well, that's the way it's supposed to be, isn't it?" And I was like, "Oh." So I took the whole tray and I diddled down those stairs. It was 11 flights of stairs plus the basement, so it was 12 flights of stairs. You could hear the xylophone going ding 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 ding, and then I heated up everything, and then put little lids on top of every prep. And I came back up the stairs and put it in front of him. And he said, "That's the way it's supposed to be." He was such a perfectionist. So let me move on from Rath Yatra came and went. Srila Prabhupada went back to India. Tamal Krishna Goswami became Prabhupada's secretary and servant until Prabhupada's last days. Tamal Krishna Goswami's whole consciousness was always just to please Srila Prabhupada, spread Krishna consciousness, and hear and chant about Krishna. And I was with him all the time, 24 hours a day, and he was always Krishna conscious and always absorbed in how to serve Prabhupada and how to become more Krishna conscious himself, And then, so after Prabhupada left the planet, he started on his project to go to China, because now it's, he had the order, and now that he put Prabhupada into samadhi, now it was time. Oh, by the way, he put Prabhupada into samadhi. How about that? Amongst everybody, and then he started. He became the GBC of Hong Kong and Philippines. Hansaduta was GBC of Philippines, but he was having some personal issues, so he resigned as a guru, and he actually recommended that Tamal Krishna Goswami take care of his disciples. And meanwhile, myself, I had after being a brahmachari for a while, I got married and I needed a job, so I joined the American Air Force and got stationed in the Philippines, which was Krishna's mercy, because that way I was able to assist Tamal Krishna Goswami while he was there. And he opened a temple in San Juan, and it was just ecstatic. Tamal Krishna Maharaj making so many devotees, and went to China to buy in Hong Kong. And so he gets the temple going in Hong Kong. In 1985, I went to Hong Kong and saw what kind of work he was doing. And the Hong Kong temple was full of devotees, and I could see that this is just going to get better. Just like everything Tamal Krishna Maharaj does, this is just going to get bigger and better. We know he crossed into China and started the yatra there. There's just a little bit. One thing that happened to me in the Air Force is I finished basic training, and then they said that you can go anywhere. You can leave the base I've been on the Air Force base for 2 months, learning how to be an air cargo specialist, and now they gave us a chance to go somewhere. So I bought a car, and I drove here to the Dallas Temple in May 1983. And what had been going on is, as was explained by Chaitanya Chandra, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he inherited this temple. He got this zone. It was a disaster. The Houston temple had been completely closed. Lakshmi Narayan disappeared, and the Dallas temple was down to 3 people. The sanctuary was full of trash, and it was tens of thousands of dollars in debt. After the Gurukula was closed by the government, then the Dallas temple kind of lost its way. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he came here, and it's like, here you go. Yeah, here's a temple that's thousands of dollars in debt and only has 3 people, and it's got more deities than devotees. And you've got the Houston temple. Well, look what we have now, and we all that to Tamal Krishna Goswami. Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you for your time.
Jai Mishra Bhagwan Prabhu Ki Jai. Gopal Prabhu. We'll hear from Gopal Prabhu. He's got to go and get some preparations ready for the feast. And then if we can hear from you, Radha Gopinath Prabhu. Next, you're next. No, that's all right, but we'd like to hear from you because everybody like it. And maybe Tapaswini as Mother Tapaswini, you might get ready as well. Mother Tapaswini. After this, you and Gopinath Prabhu will be speaking. Thanks.
Namo Vishwadaya Krishna Pastabale Shrimati Tamal Krishna Goswami Niti Namane. Okay, I always think I have so many feelings. It's just a matter of how do I express them. That's the difficulty. So anyways, I was thinking of today, after hearing the class this morning, how originally, I came to know of Krishna consciousness living in the woods in Wisconsin, and getting a hold of the Bhagavad Gita from Srila Prabhupada. And I felt my life changed at that time. That everything, I could see the path to success all of a sudden for my life was going to be through Krishna consciousness. And I felt extreme debt already just to Srila Prabhupada because after so many, going through so many other avenues trying to figure things out, and then Srila Prabhupada made it clear. It was so perfect. And so I felt he is my spiritual master. And things are hard to talk about. But anyway, at one point, then I find out that he departed through the Back to Godhead magazine. I had never been to the temples or met devotees, but when that was it was. I can't even explain, but I think I spent the entire that day finding out, just crying in this little cabin in the woods, not knowing where my life would go after that. And eventually, he came to know of there were other spiritual masters taking on the responsibility of disciples and carrying forward this Krishna consciousness movement. And so, I became connected to the New Vrindavan project. I didn't have a lot of money, but I'd send them a token worth of money to help their project, and they in return would send me their magazine, The Brijabasi Spirit. And I began to learn of Kirtanananda Maharaj, and I felt, I could easily take shelter of this Swami. So eventually I was taken to visit by a devotee who had left the Radha Damodar party and moved into the backwoods of Wisconsin. And we crossed paths. Long story short, he decided to take me to visit the temple for the first time in Chicago. And his name was Vyasasan Das. So we visit the temple, and lo and behold, the first two devotees walking in the door were from New Vrindavan. They were very fired up, and I spoke with them. And so, it was that connection I felt to New Vrindavan was already being confirmed through them. So we spent the weekend at the temple there, which was an incredible weekend. And I determined after that Sunday that, I would try to finalize my affairs in Wisconsin, which weren't that great. I mean, what affairs? I'm just a cunt. But I thought, I did have a job. I did maintain, I had some responsibilities, and I thought, okay, I need to close things up, let people know that in 2 or 3 months' time, I'm not going to be working for you anymore. I'm not going to be doing this stuff. I was a cheesemaker, by the way. Wisconsin, right? So anyways, so I thought, okay, I'll leave. I'll go back down to Chicago. I'll hook up with some New Vrindavan devotees, go to New Vrindavan, and learn how to practice Krishna consciousness. And then once I see how to do that, I'll come back to Wisconsin and just do it. I had no conception of anything. And anyway, so I got to Chicago Temple, and there's Kasi Ram, Prahladananda, several, Shivaram Maharaj. There were so many. And they were like, yeah, that's a great idea. You want to go to New Vrindavan, you should definitely do that. But you need bhakti training first. And I was like, what is that? And they said, well, we're going to show you. We're going to teach. So they shipped me off to Detroit, and I went to a bhakti program. Pretu, Prabhupada disciple, was my bhakti leader, and it was phenomenal program. I mean, it was incredible. It was like every day you felt your Krishna consciousness going 100-fold. And after a couple of weeks, and that was Jayatirtha zone, Chicago and Detroit at that time. So, and I had met Jayatirtha, and he was so humble. I mean, I went in, Prahladananda took me in, I didn't know anything. But he said, you pay obeisances like this. So I went in to pay. And he came out from behind the desk and he paid obeisances to me. And, it really affected my heart. So I thought, So anyways, I ended up, from there, I was taken, the zone changed, everything like that. And they wanted to pull me out of Detroit. Chicago did. Because I came through Chicago first. They had dibs on me. Kind of like, so to speak, right? So, anyways, I was like, the devotees there were like, well, you already have Jaya Tirtha in your heart. And, you're happy here. You can stay here if you want. You don't have to go anywhere. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm definitely happy. So they came from Chicago, and they came up there and got me and got whatever I had left in my bank account and put me on a plane and sent me to Houston. And in Houston, another Bhakti program, and that's when I first saw Srila Gurudev, or even heard of him, practically speaking. And he came there from wherever, he came from Chicago. He came there, and the very next day they sent me back up to Chicago. So I didn't really have time to meet with him, and I had grown to become attached first to Kirtanananda, then to Jaya Tirtha, and now it was Tamal Krishna was kind of the guru of where I was at. So I was, of course, I never did make it to New Vrindavan, by the way. But anyways, never in all my life. But I grew, that's just a side note. But, Gurudev was such that it didn't take long for him to completely erase any doubt about where I should have been going or who I should have had, that he was fully capable of taking me to the same place I felt Srila Prabhupada was guiding me to. And I'm just throughout, and then throughout the course of his years and my being his disciple, I was just so amazed at how he could, he could extract the kind of quality of love that you just never had for anybody. And the amounts was just so, and it was such that, and at the same time, it was with that heavy hand that he also, was able to, it was back and forth, the heavy and the softness. Like when I was in Hong Kong, I'll just say a couple of little pastimes then while I'm on it. It was intense. And I'll tell you how that happened. I was on a farm. I was just a farmer. I was on a farm in Oklahoma, and I wrote him a letter because I knew, by then, his relationship with Srila Prabhupada, personal servant, doing so many things. And at that time, I'd never even been around Srila Gurudev, practically speaking, never got to serve him, never, his god brothers more or less were serving him most of the time, and we were like, they'd throw us some scraps, here and there of service. So I wrote him a long letter from our farm in Oklahoma, and I glorified the way that he served. I told him what was going on the farm. Then I glorified his service to Srila Prabhupada, and then I, prayed to him in so many words that somehow maybe I would have an opportunity to serve him also. I don't know if I said like he served Prabhupada. Definitely wouldn't be like he served Srila Prabhupada, but it was some personal things. And I put that in a mailbox, 5 Homanton, whatever, Hong Kong. And since he was in Hong Kong. And the very next morning I got a call, and it was from Srila Gurudev asking me to come to Hong Kong. So anyways, long story short from that, I go to Hong Kong. And that was an amazing, amazing time. It was so intense. Gurudev was so heavy. I could never even imagine being thrown into something like that from the farm. So, it was intense. I would go to bed at night. My mind felt like it went through a deep fryer. And I go to bed and I wake up in the morning, it was still frying. And it didn't let up. In fact, this is I was telling Rodrigo about how sometimes he would just call me to his room because I was like trying to manage the temple affairs for him. You know, he brought me in. He said because he couldn't have his own God. He couldn't direct his own God brothers like he could a disciple. He couldn't tell them, oh, I want you to do this, do that, do that. So he wanted somebody that be submissive, and so it was very intense. You know, I had a little hotline, I had a little office, I was doing the books, I was doing the BBT, I was doing all of his personal things, running errands, taking care of making sure there's bow gun, we have the cook, and he wanted me to make sure the devotees that were there got up early in the morning so they could go out and do the Sankirtan thing that somebody was describing the last on his sannyas day. So, and then sometimes he would call me to his room and say, "Can you come in here?" And I go in there, and he says, "Sit down." And I'd sit down on the corner of the floor, and he wouldn't say a word. He would start doing some business here. He would go over, grab a book, do this and that, and it'd be like, "Okay, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna." You know, and maybe in 5-6 minutes, he'd say, "Okay, you can go." And he did that several times, and I know, looking back, that it was so I could be in his association without the intensity. Although there were times that, when he had any kind of errands, personal errands that he had to run himself, like go out into the field of activities and stuff, because he had this little room, it was like 8 by 12. He slept in there, he ate in there, he did all of his work in there, everything. And he had his little chest there that he worked off of. It was just a chest on the floor, and he sat on his bed. And so sometimes he would have to go out himself to meet somebody or do something. He was trying to get ISKCON legalized in Hong Kong. So at those times, he would call me in, and he would be like, you know, picking up his 2 or 3 suits. What do you like? Do you like this one? Do you like that? His mood was so changed. He was like in this bliss that he gets to go out and do, actually out in the field of activity for Krishna's service. And, you know, he would get all snazzied up with a tie and a coat, and I'd walk with him to the elevator carrying his attaché case and hand it to him. And he'd just be like, "How do I look, Gopal?" You know. I mean, it was so sweet. And then he would come, we'd run out to the balcony, he'd go out from underneath, and we'd go out to the balcony and wait to see him come out under the building, because he wouldn't want us to go with him. And he'd come out, and we'd just be staring at him going out to the road to catch a cab, and he'd inevitably, every time, he'd turn around and wave. So there was so much sweetness and heart in his dealings with you. At the same time, he was heavy to do things. So at the end of my time and the devotees' time there, he would right before he wanted to make these presentations. This is how I understood it. He asked us individually to come to his room one by one, and when it became my turn, I sat down. And he just went on and on how I couldn't do this without you. I'm so grateful, you know. And I was feeling smaller. I mean, seriously, just like, because it was so intense. You know, these thoughts go through your mind. And I wasn't actually thinking, I want to get out, or I wish I wasn't, you know, nothing like that. But it was intense. And, you know, you don't relish intensity. At least I didn't. And, but he was going on, and finally at the end of it, he goes, "So, Gopal, where do you like it better, out there on the farm or here with me in Hong Kong?" It was like I had this big gulp, like, you know, what do you say to that? So I said, "I like it here with you, Srila Gurudev." And he comes up and pats me on the back. "Don't worry, Gopal, I'll get you back." So anyway, so that's one of so many. But so I was thinking this morning, and I always felt from the time he departed, that everything he did was so perfect, whether for and especially for his disciples, everything. So even his departing, I had to always see it as perfection somehow, that he was trying, and like he was talking about this morning, how the gopis and the examples he had of their becoming separated. And I've always thought that that's, Gurudev is just, he's given us an opportunity to really, dig deeper and deeper from the, connections we've had to find, a deeper amount of love that can go on and carry us on through our Krishna consciousness. So, anyways, I mean, you hear a class like this morning, especially with these new devotees. So many of them never got to meet Srila Gurudev, never got to hear him. I tell you, I mean, it brings tears to my eyes, and my heart just swells when I hear Gurudev speak like that, because I know everybody is feeling the same thing I do. So, anyways, I just wanted to express whatever little emotion I have here. I won't take any more time. Hare Krishna.
Jai Gopal Prabhu ki Jai. It was actually Gopal Prabhu who chose that lecture this morning, so it was very nice. Thank you, Prabhu. So, Radha Gopinath Prabhu and Mother Tapaswini, can you please come up? We've got 2 chairs there.
Hare Krishna. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhe vacha patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bhagavan. Last night I had a dream, and I found myself thanking everyone here again and again and again. And I didn't wake up out of the dream, and I kept thanking everyone. I thank this person, thank that person. So I always remember there's so many people involved in the operations of the temple. It's not just the Sankirtan devotees. It's not just the pujaris or those working in administration. It's everyone. And I was thinking about what Chaitanya Chandra said, that it was such a wonderful project that Srila Gurudev developed here. But it wasn't just for other people. It was to give us something to do, give us an activity to engage ourselves in Krishna's service. And it's so important. And this temple is such a special place where people are constantly chanting and constantly hearing about Krishna. And this is Gurudev, and he was so meticulous about every little thing. Like when Chaitanya Chandra was talking about the restaurant, I was remembering that when the restaurant now is a buffet, but it used to be a la carte. It used to be very special. You came and you didn't know what the menu was for that particular night. It was like they had, Sunanda and Gurudev had picked out these very special black plates. Everyone remembers the black plates. It was like he picked out everything. It was like meticulous. And before the restaurant opened, he wanted to see what the plate was going to look like, because it wasn't just scoop of sabji, a scoop of rice, a scoop of halva. It wasn't like that. Sunanda would have me write out, and this was Gurudev's idea also, that you would draw up a circle as the plate of prashadam, and for the plate of prashadam, and then you would put, this is going to be here, this is going to be here, and this is going to be here on the plate. And so what is the garnish going to be? Because if it's going to be a tomato sabji, then you want to have something to contrast that. And so it was a color-coded thing. And then on top, there was a garnish. And each night was totally different. So Gurudev wanted to see, how does this plate look? And so we had one Indian sabji, always one traditional Indian sabji, and one international sabji every night. And then a scoop of rice with a pakora and a chutney. And there was also the dal that was served first, or soup. And everything was coordinated to have a variety. So he was into everything. He wanted to see it. We had to bring it up to him in his room. It was really something. It was so fun. It was so fun to do. Yeah. So the carnation had to go somewhere, So there we had, at one point we had, different people making up, like you knew what the menu was going to be, so you had to cut up garnishes. Garnish is something that goes on top that makes it look like a shake of paprika or a little bit of green bell pepper on top of the rice, and we had our famous tamarind chutney, which would go either on top of a pakora in a perfect swirl. You didn't just give a glob of something. Everything was done meticulously, and so it was so fun to do. But I really was thinking how this has been a wonderful project for the devotees to have in their lives, not only for themselves and to share with others, but for something to really deepen your relationship with Gurudev, because it goes on day after day, year after year. We see the pujaris, and there's Chandravali's back there, and you have people cooking a feast, and people who cut up for the feast, and someone's been in cleaning the hallways, and someone's making sure that the air conditioning's taken care of. And a little nod to Rupa, there's someone who's coming once every few years to restore the surfaces of the paintings. And just so many wonderful things. So that's one thing, Yeah, they would have someone with a turban on, with the curly shoes, from Jaipur or something, right? And they would greet each person who came into. It was just, with a sword and the whole thing. Yeah, it was really something, with the belt. And then, like Chaitanya had mentioned, you had so many wonderful gopis walking around, greeting everyone and making sure their meals were right, and little heaters above each booth outside to make sure it was nice, with this beautiful tree and it should be a whole history written, because Gurudev was involved in so much of it. How the restaurant, too bad I heard that Pashupati left recently, but someone should write a history on how every little aspect, because when you pull away the thing, you do see the old, where the basketballs were and so forth. Anyways, do you want to say something? Not completely, but go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was on a totally different topic that I was thinking of, and I was thinking that, Gurudev had so many accomplishments, and you could fill a book with them. And I mean, even like Mishra Bhagavan, what you were saying, you only got up to 1978, right? And there's so much more. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So there's so much, but always for me, like one of the most special accomplishments that he had was, was the writing of the Jagannath Priyanatakam. And because it was so unexpected, because he had all the, the managerial positions, all the ordering this and that, and managing the Radha Damodar party, and then, all the way up to his ending more pastimes with academia. But this was like a totally artistic accomplishment that he created with the writing of that. And the first time I went to India...
I just want to say also one thing. Hridayananda Maharaj made a comment about the Jagannath Priyanatakam. He said that, I don't think we understand, and we may not understand for some time, how important this Jagannath Priyanatakam is.
Yeah, so the first time I went to India was when they actually performed it professionally. I think Leela was there, and Narottam. Yes, that was it. And so Bhakti Churu Maharaj had been working behind the scenes for I don't know how long, training the actors and making sure that they had the proper mood and that everything was perfect for it. So we, Indra Nilamani was there too, and we saw it. It was performed twice that I remember in the auditorium of Mayapur in English. So they had a troupe of Bengali actors that spoke English, so they performed that, and then they also had another whole troupe of Bengali actors that performed it in Bengali. So we saw the two English performances, and it was like completely magical. They had a small group of musicians that were doing like the live sound effects and live music for it, and when they had like how the for those of you who have listened to it, if you haven't, you have to. But they, when the demigods come to dance before Lord Jagannath, or before Neelamadeva, it has that haunting music, and then they had the actors coming on and doing this really amazing dance. And I remember feeling like, oh, so that's how they do it in the heavenly planets. Now I feel like I really saw it, and I understand it. So we watched it twice there, and then Indra and I ended up going to the Bengali performances too, which were, I just remember they were outside somewhere in a big field on a stage, but it was, again, very professionally done. And we took our English copies of the book and followed along, as it was being enacted in Bengali, and we probably saw it 3 or 4 times that way. But it was just like, how like good music and good art, it can just transport you. And it really was like that, it was just like you were transported to see a little snippet of the spiritual world just through that drama.
I remember our daughter, she listened to it so many times that she's like Rupanuga. I know Rupanuga has like probably half of the play memorized. He could do most of the parts. But she would say, it's Prashadam of the deity.
Yeah, so, like Gurudev, like I said, he had so many accomplishments, but that was always like really special. And then, so I think it was the following year after that we had Vyasa Puja here in Dallas, and I had written my offering kind of alluding to that play of how the spiritual master is like the director who's directing his disciples, like through nuances in music and dance and skillfully, arranging things behind so that it's successful. So I had written my offering like that, and after I read it, he took off his garland and gave it to me. So I knew that for Gurudev, that he was really proud of that accomplishment too that he had done. And then it was shortly after that, I guess, that we got the deities in Houston, and I don't know why I didn't even think of it, but when he went to reveal the name of the deities, it was all like big suspense, and probably everybody had an idea, but it didn't. And she said, and so the deities' names are Radha, Neela, Madhava, and I was just like, so, yeah.
That's like pretty far out. That it's almost like Srila Gurudev's initiating Neela Madhav. Here's your name, you know. It's like the devotees get like that. I did have one thing that I wrote here. Yeah. What's that? It's on ISKCON Desire Tree.
Yeah, you can.
If you
get
go
it
on to
digitally,
ISKCON, it's probably on Gurudev's TKG tape ministry website also. You can probably scroll down and it'll have Jagannath and you can just listen to it. You know, it's wonderful.
It's
really
kind of hard
is.
to believe it was never professionally recorded during the actual performance, but that was kind of before the days that
It's so
people
full
did
of
that, yeah.
emotion and this incredible love for Krishna, and that nothing can stand between the devotee and his Lord. You know, it's really an amazing. I was thinking the same thing before we came. I was looking through Srila Gurudev's picture book, that big picture book that was made, and I was thinking when I was looking at Srila Gurudev's his faces throughout the book, that his face is like this. To me, anyways, I was seeing that his face is like this extreme determination in his face. Whenever you look at him, I mean, he shows different faces from time to time. Like you'd see, he'd have a smile or something. But for anyone who's been around him, like Gopal was saying, it's such an intense relationship with Srila Gurudev. He's that kind of person that he's so focused, and so you just wait at any time that intensity will come back up to the surface. And so he had such resolve, and he showed it in every like Mr. Bhagavan was saying, everything that Srila Prabhupada gave to him, he took with such resolve and such determination that he was always successful, also by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. But he just had such, it reminded me of like the cliffs, you know, like the Dover cliffs, and the seas just pounding and pounding and pounding day after day, night after night, again and again for years and years, but it just doesn't budge, and he just has that kind of determination. And I think it's such an amazing quality of his, that determination. It's such an important thing. We call in Sanskrit, it's called stita-di, or one who's absolutely fixed with unshakable faith. You know, so anything. Well, I was thinking when Srila Gurudev came, when Srila Gurudev came from India for the first time after Srila Prabhupada left the planet, we had been fixing up a new temple in St. Louis. It was in a real nice brownstone neighborhood in St. Louis on Lendl, and or what is it, vice versa? Was and so we got onto a nicer street, and so we spent, and Chakri, I think, didn't you get second initiation then also? Oh, okay. But anyways, we had been anticipating his arrival because the new process for ISKCON Gurus was that they got a zone to take care of for Srila Prabhupada. And so Srila Gurudev got Chicago, St. Louis, Dallas, and Houston. And in St. Louis, we had this new temple, and so he was coming, so we were fixing up the temple, like spending, like almost practically not sleeping at night. And so he finally came, and he came, and on Radhastami in 1978, we had a wonderful ceremony where we installed Srila Prabhupada on his Vyasasan, and Gurudev used to travel. He just came from India, where he had found his beautiful little Radha Gopinath deities, later changed the name to Radha Damodar. So we installed, it was Radhastami, so we installed Radharani with Krishna, Gopinath. And so we had an initiation at the same time, and there was 5 of us that got first initiation, It was Jai Baladev from Houston, Bali Raj. Leela Shuka was a nice devotee who kind of pushed me onto the bus in Los Angeles, and with Tripurari and Govinda Dutt and Kalki. And Jai Baladev, Bali Raj, Leela Shuka, and Antaryami, and myself. So, and Antaryami, he was the first Indian American, Native American disciple. And there were 7 devotees who got second initiation from Gurudev, who had been initiated by Prabhupada, but didn't get the second initiation before Prabhupada left. And so, anyways, so that's all details. But yeah, that was nice. Mukunda Datta and so many other nice devotees. And is there one other thing? Okay, yeah, we want so many other people to speak. I did want to say one other thing, though, in regards to Gurudev. I was listening to a nice series of lectures that Gurudev gave in Vrindavan by Prabodhananda Saraswati. It was on Mahima Amrita and the nectarian glories of Vrindavan. And he stresses there, I wrote it down because I know I'd get it wrong otherwise, like buckshot all over the place. He said that the weight of the Dham, a Dham is a place of pilgrimage and is a force of unmistakable power. And this is a Dham. Prabhupada has created these Dhams. And this is a place you can come and take shelter in the city at any time. It's here. And thank you very much.
Somebody might feel like don't call me.
Have a garland to put on Prabhupada.
Thank you, Radha Gopinath Prabhu and Mother Tapaswini. That was really very nice. So just some housekeeping details. The offering is going on at the Samadhi because for Gurudev's Disappearance Festival, we make the offerings at the Samadhi. So that's what's happening right now. So that gives us some time because the offerings just came off the altar and all the preparations that are being made. So we're thinking that what we'll do is we'll transition from here to the Samadhi at around 12:45 is what we're thinking. And so at the time, what we want to do is first offer a garland to Srila Prabhupada, because that was Gurudev's MO. And every time a garland was offered to him, he wanted to make sure that first Prabhupada was garlanded, and then he would be garlanded. So we'll garland him, and then we'll all go outside, leave at around 12:45, and do the kirtan, the Guru Puja at the Samadhi. And then after that, the feast will be served out. Now, there are a lot of people here that I can call upon, and I didn't want to offend anybody by omitting your name, not calling your name when actually you'd like to speak. So I'm just going to say this. I'd like you to volunteer. If you want to speak, please come up and speak. And considering the amount of time we have now, which is like about half an hour, keep it as brief as you can so others can speak as well. So please, oh great, we've got our first volunteer. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
So does anybody remember how many times I've spoken at these events? 0. It's an easy answer. So I figure I'll speak short and quick. Gurudev was the most amazing personality I ever met. He knew I was coming to the Chicago temple. I'd been visiting. Ran away from home several times to find Hare Krishna. I ended up in New Vrindavan, 1977. It'd be 48 years this April. In June, it'll be 50 years when I got the Bhagavad Gita.
Can Can you get the mic closer to you?
Certainly. Is that better? Hare Krishna. So anyway, Hare Krishna. So anyway, I've never spoken at Vyasa Puja. I've never been asked to speak. So I just thought I would just take the advantage. So Gurudev knew I was coming to Chicago. I had ran away from home twice to find the Hare Krishnas. And it'll be 50 years in June when I got the Bhagavad Gita. The only one Bhakta Tim ever sold. So book distributors, you have no idea how powerful one book could be. This room is owed to Bhakta Tim, whoever he is. So the Bhagavad Gita was the truth written down that I recognized as what life was for. So despite, you could call stiff opposition from the world I came from, I was determined to join the Hare Krishnas as fast as possible. By the age of 20, I was successful enough to just move out of the crazy house I lived in and visit Chicago Temple by the invitation of Narottam Prabhu and Indra Prabhu. And I met Srila Gurudev there. After listening to him speak the Bhagavad Gita for the first time that Sunday feast, I had been coming to the temple and remodeling Ganapati Swami's van, which I would later be on traveling Sankirtan in a few months. But at any rate, at this point, Gurudev knew a bit about me. I'd been bringing my entire paychecks, which were at that time hundreds of dollars a week, and stuffing them in the hundi. I dressed like a rock star because that's who my friends were, and if I had musical talent, I probably would have been one, and who knows what would happen then. But at any rate, I didn't have enough musical talent. I just happened to have the look. And, I was successful enough that Gurudev made a plan to talk to me when I came on a Sunday feast. And after the most amazing Sunday feast with the most wonderful group of friends and devotees, I can't remember, it might have been Pratapana, ushered me into a room where Pragosh was the only other person in attendance. This is the Chicago YMCA building. It is October 1979. And I had my first opportunity to step in front of Srila Gurudev's presence, my first darshan. So I walked into the room, I paid full dandavats, and I kneeled very respectfully before him, my first meeting. And he said, "So, how do you like our Krishna culture?" And I said, "I'm joining." He said, "When?" I said, "I need a month." "Why so long?" Then I told him more of my story. And he said, "Oh yeah, okay, so are your parents going to be inimical?" "Oh yeah." So he gave me an interesting instruction. And being here, and I don't want to speak too long. Please stop me. And I tend to wander on. Anyway, several really important things have come to me now the last year since I've returned here and been able to focus on spiritual life. It's all I really have time and opportunity to do anymore. So I noticed some very interesting things, that Srila Gurudev never gave me an easy instruction. From his very last instruction right here, his very last Vyasa Puja, "You have to be here in Dallas now." So I got an 18-year-old teenage daughter in New York City, and how could I possibly do this? And he didn't take no for an answer. So that was his last instruction. His first instruction was, don't disturb your parents by becoming a Hare Krishna. Now, 1979, a white guy who's successful or whatever, it was not a popular decision. In fact, I had to sneak away from home the second time in the middle of the night, and it was known as John's going crazy now when I was starting to try to reach out to find the Hare Krishnas, who mysteriously always kind of remained, when I drove 2,000 miles to California, I could not find the temple. All I had was the address. So when I met Srila Gurudev and I surrendered, he heard lots of my story, and he said, don't disturb your parents by becoming a Hare Krishna. So my life's goal is to somehow or another live in this world and be a devotee and, let people know that being a devotee is not that weird. I mean, I lived in New York City for 35 years, where I worked in Manhattan mostly for the rich and crazy, I like to call them, some big-name celebrities, whatever. Everyone knew I was a devotee. I didn't hide my identity from anyone. I waited till the right moments. And there's still some people on Facebook who follow me from that realm. Anyway, so I just tried to follow Gurudev's instructions, and I basically worked hard. That was my claim to fame. When Gurudev was at the farm, and we had, it was not an easy place to be. It was a very tough environment. It separated the men from the boys in a heartbeat. If you can handle baling hay at 104 degrees with snakes around you, et cetera, you're cut out for the farm, and there weren't too many of us. So Gurudev would sit around with us and just be so amazing. He would say, I love being here with the boys. I get to relax. I'm not, in the city or the guru thing. He just kind of liked being in liked being at the farm with us. He'd always ask us what we would do. And so I spent about 2 years off and on in the farm. In my 8 years here in Texas, I spent about 4 years here, 3 years in Houston. Radha Nilamadava. There's a story I don't have time for, but that's the most intense story of my life. That was Gurudev's direct order. Several times. And with his temple room was another one. My beads are over there. But Gurudev handed me the beads here. And Rasa Leela night, October 1980, full moon night. All the major devotees here practically were initiated at the same time. Rupanuga Prabhu and I, Maturanath, and so many of us were initiated here in that amazing initiation where Gurudev defied the GBC, stormed back to Dallas. I flew in from Montreal where I was seeking refuge. And it was just an amazing experience to get initiated here. And he handed me my beads, and he said, my name was Bhakta John. So I'm thinking, Janardhan, Jayaneshwar, Jaya something, Yashomati Nandana. Now, I had learned that bhajan from a tape from Srila Prabhupada. After I couldn't find the Los Angeles temple, I sent $20 to the address, and I got back Krishna Meditations. So now when I walk into this room and I hear Srila Prabhupada sing, Yashomati Nandana Braj. So I memorized that tape. In 1976, I'm driving around, a long-haired rock musician. I changed the name of my band to Mantra. I become a vegetarian. I've never even met one. There probably wasn't one in the whole state of Wisconsin, except for Gopal. And I memorized the song. I memorized the Mangalarti and the Yasomati Nana Bhajan. It was my favorite. So having received it as a name was astonishing. And when I ran away from home the second time to New Vrindavan, it would have been New Talavan, but they didn't answer the phone. But when they did answer the phone, I said, what do you need to surrender to Krishna? They said, you desire to serve Krishna and a sleeping bag? I didn't have any idea what the devotees even did. This is 1976, January 1977. So I should have brought the sleeping bag to New Vrindavan, but it was cold in April, and I saw some amazing things and met Radhanath Swami the night before I left, which was, again, an exquisite opportunity. So in the course of time, I've noticed that everything makes sense. It all adds up. Whatever it is I've been through, and, it's quite a story. I wanted an adventurous life, and Krishna fulfilled that desire. Recently back home taking care of my mom, and one of Srila Gurudev's orders that I was able to do. I met all of my friends, or many of my friends from 45 years ago, who are the emblem of Punascharvita Charvananam, eating the same darn things we did 45 years ago. And one of them said, oh, you joined the Hare Krishnas. And one of them said, you joined the Hare Krishnas? One of them said, yeah, joined the Hare Krishnas. And all I could say is, I joined the Hare Krishnas. What have you done with your life? Srila Gurudev Ki Jai.
Jai. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Now we'll have our dear Tamal President, Sri Rupa Prabhu, speak something that Maturanath Prabhu wrote. Unfortunately, his health is not so good, and so he couldn't attend this program. So, and then Prabhu will speak for himself. Yeah, and just in case you didn't know Yashomati Nandan Prabhu, but that song that you just sang, Yashomati Nandana, was actually Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's favorite bhajan.
Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. This is Maturanath Prabhu's offering. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. I am so sorry I cannot personally be there for your disappearance day. Due to health reasons, I am not able to attend. When I first became a devotee, I could not understand why we called it a celebration when someone left this world. Because normally it is a sad occasion when someone passes away. Then someone explained to me that when a pure devotee, such as yourself, leaves this world, we celebrate the way he lived his life and the wonderful legacy he has left us. And what an amazing legacy it is. I think His Holiness Hridayananda Maharaj described it best when he said, the golden thread of Tamal Krishna Goswami is interwoven throughout the entire fabric of ISKCON. Hari Bol. He also said that in the history of ISKCON, Srila Gurudev was in some way involved in almost every major event that occurred. The list of Srila Gurudev's accomplishments are so vast, it would take weeks to describe them. And His Holiness Radhanath, and His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj said, Srila Gurudev was empowered by Srila Prabhupada to accomplish many, many difficult tasks, and there is so much more that even we do not know about. He said there were certain things only Tamal could do, and without a doubt, Srila Prabhupada has again called his right-hand man, Tamal Krishna Goswami, to another service to again do what only he can do. I remember you once told me that it is time for me to grow up in my Krishna consciousness, because you may not always be there to hold my hand. But this is one occasion we, as disciples, could never imagine we would be observing. You were the one constant in our lives, and no matter what happened in the material world, you were there for us, and we thought this would go on until we left this world. You were like a loving father, always worrying about his disciples, and trying to push us forward in our Krishna consciousness. I remember when you had your operation and I was driving you back and forth to doctor's appointments, you would often ask me how your disciples were doing and what realizations we had learned from this. Even during your extreme suffering, you were still worried about your disciples. When I first learned that you had left this world, I could not understand why Krishna would take you away from us. But when I heard that Srila Prabhupada must have needed you somewhere else, this gave me some solace. So we try to understand that the disciples and the spiritual master are never separated, because the spiritual master always keeps company with the disciple as long as the disciple follows the instructions of the spiritual master. This type of association is called Vani, and physical presence is called Vapu. As long as the spiritual master is physically present, the disciple should serve the physical body of the spiritual master, and when the spiritual master is no longer physically existing, the disciples should serve the instructions of the spiritual master. Also, we try to understand that the spiritual master is still with us in his instructions, writings, and teachings. But Srila Gurudev, nothing can replace having you physically here with us. I miss you so much, especially when I go into your quarters. I miss being with you at night when you would take rest. I miss watching you put on your tilak, which with one swipe was always perfect. I even miss that obnoxious buzzer you rang whenever you needed something. Hopefully one day I will get the rare opportunity to serve you again, and maybe this time I'll actually be able to please you. I love you, Srila Gurudev. Your eternal servant, Mathuranath Das. Hari Bo. Nityananda Prabhu kindly encouraged me to say something, but I really want to hear from all of Gurudev's disciples. And the first thought that I had was we should plan to meet together tonight in Gurudev's Darshan room with whoever's available to continue the offerings, because we don't have Radha Gopinath Prabhu and Mother Tapasvini with us very often. And I don't know about everybody else. I just don't want this to end. I just would like to go on talking about Srila Gurudev all day. In his last Vyas Puja here in Dallas, it's amazing. You can listen to it on the TKGTM website. But in the morning of that Vyas Puja, he gave the morning class, and he glorified the spiritual masters of every disciple in this zone. Even those that had had difficulties and issues, he still praised the service that they did. And at in the afternoon, after the devotees had made their offerings, he spoke, and one of the things he said two things that really stood out to me. One was that if everybody was speaking from the heart, that we could continue going on all day long. We would never need to stop. And he said, wouldn't it be so wonderful if we all had the same love that we have for our spiritual master for every devotee? If we had that same love for every devotee. And then he took it another step further and he said, actually, if we had that love for every living entity. And I was so deeply moved by this, by his compassion, the compassion Srila Prabhupada had to come to America at such an advanced age. He had, imparted that to Tamal Krishna Maharaj. And I got to spend some time with Mishra Bhagavan Prabhu yesterday, and he was sharing many of the things he shared today. And one of the things that really struck me was that when Tamal Krishna Maharaj came here in 1978, there were 3 devotees, and I don't know if he mentioned, but one of them left rather quickly. So it was just 2 devotees and Tamal Krishna Maharaj here. And as he mentioned, the temple was in massive debt. The sanctuary was filled with trash, and there was nobody here. And then from 1978 to 1982, this temple room was renovated, Kalachandji's restaurant was opened, and this community was really reestablished. And we owe everything to Srila Prabhupada, because without Srila Prabhupada, we wouldn't have had Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Tamal Krishna Goswami, and without Tamal Krishna Goswami taking on Srila Prabhupada's mission and taking responsibility, this community may not be here anymore. It might have just, like the Houston temple, might have just closed, and maybe Radhakalachandji would have gone somewhere else. But he came here and he reestablished this temple, just like the Goswamis did in Vrindavan, and revealed the holy places. So we owe everything in our lives to Srila Prabhupada, because Srila Prabhupada has given us this opportunity to become Krishna conscious. And here in Dallas specifically, we owe everything to Tamal Krishna Maharaj continuing Srila Prabhupada's legacy and establishing this community. So I pray that for those of you that have had Srila Gurudev's association, that all of us will take the opportunity to associate with Tamal Krishna Maharaj by associating with you all. So I encourage everybody, please take the opportunity to get to know these disciples. They're very open and willing to share, actually. I was so moved. Mother Jayanti, we had a meeting, and she shared that her and Rupa Nugapu were talking about opening up their house. I didn't ask her permission, so please forgive me for sharing this without asking. But she said that they were talking about they would like to open up their house, and when new devotees move to the community, they would like to cook some prasadam and invite them over to their house to get to know them. And I was so moved by this. Practically speaking, some of the most senior devotees in our temple are so willing to give their time. So please take advantage of this opportunity. Read Servant of the Servant. Get to know who Tamal Krishna Maharaj is by associating with these devotees, and take the opportunity to serve them. Thank you so much. Srila Gurudev ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai Nrsimharupa Prabhu ki jai. Maturnath Prabhu ki jai. So please, anybody else like to volunteer? Come up. We still have about 10 minutes. Or about 8 minutes. Sorry. Yeah. Mataji's, ladies, want to speak, please? Come. Oh, yeah. Madandini, go ahead.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Vashaya Bhutale Shrimate Namo Krishna Goswami Niti Namane Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Vashaya Bhutale Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So, all glory to the assembled devotees coming to learn more about His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. So, just very short and sweet, I remember maybe it was 1980. We lived in North Dallas, and I used to drive here early to be able to hear Srila Gurudev's lectures. And Bhakti Nancy, I remember walking in that door, and Gurudev was sitting on the Vyasasan. In those days, if you all remember, there was a Vyasasan here. And just the look of his radiant smile when I'd walk in the door just melted my heart completely. And he won me over with that look over and over again when I would come. So I know every disciple in this room has experienced that that love of Srila Gurudev, how he could treat everyone like you were the only person. So personal. Prabhupada did that also, didn't he? And Srila Gurudev had so much association with Prabhupada. Every disciple felt that there was no one else. It was you and Srila Gurudev. And he did that with everyone. He knew exactly where everyone was at, and he treated them accordingly to, as Vaisheshekha says, to fan the spark, fan that spark of bhakti. So, several points, listening to Chaitanya talk about Radhakala Chandji, Gurudev engaged me in that service. He made an announcement in the temple room, engaged me in that service in the restaurant, and it was just the most magical time. I remember that I organized friends and frequent diners at the temple, and we had this professional picture taken. And yes, and in those days, the salad bar was in the center, and anyway, that picture was published in the BTG. That same picture, and I just remember Sunanda started Magic Lotus Catering in the day, and so my husband and I would go to different programs with him. He had Annie Lennox and the Rhythmics, the Thompson twins, so many people that he had. Gurudev was very inspired by everything he was doing, and and it was just the most magical time, that restaurant in those days. It was a force, a preaching force to inspire people. And I remember during the Christmas marathon, Neela Madhava going to each table and distributing books. And people were so appreciative. They weren't offended. They were so appreciative. And they would take books, make a donation. So Srila Gurudev, engaged my husband and I at one point. We were sitting in the there are some pictures, I think, in the hallway. We were sitting in the garden in the restaurant, and he had we were young, very young then, and he had us plates of prasadam were there with roses. Sunanda sometime would put a rose in the center of the. And my husband and I, Gurudev, orchestrated this whole thing. We're clicking wine glasses together that had Martinelli in it. But it was a beautiful, presentation, and Gurudev was so pleased with that. Yeah, they used that picture for several years. Yeah, maybe Radhacharan took the picture. He was there, but it was orchestrated by Gurudev. He orchestrated that total picture. And then I was thinking several things, like Mishra Bhagavan gave the whole beautiful history of just, snippets of the glories of Srila Gurudev. And I was thinking, when you mentioned that he was the GBC in 1969, so he took initiation Easter Sunday in 1968. So amazing. Just an amazing force, totally dedicated to Srila Prabhupada. Such a powerful personality. And, he came to visit us when we moved for business. It was in Tiburon, California. And he brought his Radha Damodar deities to our home. And that golden Radha was given by the Queen of Jaipur, made to go with that deity. And he brought those deities to our home. And I have pictures of him bathing those deities, dressing those deities. I mean, the whole house was sanctified by his by his mercy, because he knew we were so neophyte, and he was just capturing our heart. Just capturing our heart. And you've probably heard the story many times, how how he visited us, and I blooped everything he wanted me to make. I blooped the khichdi that the potatoes wouldn't cook. I blooped the chapatis because I was just such a fool. And he told my husband to go to the store, and I told him I had really nice organic whole wheat bread, and he told my husband to go to the store and get Velveeta cheese, pickles, and then he told me to make this grilled cheese sandwich with Velveeta cheese, and anyway, on that organic whole wheat bread. And so then, my husband was sitting at the table. Jairam was maybe 6 years old. And Srila Gurudev took one bite, and I remember he just smiled and said, "This is just like my mother used to make." He was so satisfied. And my son Jairam, he was not eating this sandwich. Many of you maybe have heard this story before. And Gurudev looked at Jairam. He said, why aren't you eating this sandwich, And he said, "Well, my mother said this cheese is plastic." So, so he stayed with us. He dressed as Radha Damodar deities. We organized many guests coming so he could give lectures. He brought some of the GBC and different personalities, sat in the backyard with them all. And I have pictures of him in the rocking chair. He would just sit and read and rock in our yard. So he was an ocean of mercy. We were had no qualifications. He knew how neophyte we were, but he just extended so much love. And I feel so grateful eternally to my spirit. Yeah, he did say that. And Karmi bread, he did say that. And he was true to his word. He did. Jai Srila Gurudev ki jai.
Jai Nandini Prabhu ki jai, Srila Gurudev ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So we're going to garland Srila Prabhupada, and you're waiting for us outside for the rest of the program. Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, can you garland Srila Prabhupada, please?
She had a really expensive pair of shoes for $500, and soles have just got stolen out of the shoe.
Oh my God.
Can we
You want to describe your shoes? So this gentleman, this devotee here, just lost his pair of shoes right outside. So if any of you ever see anybody walking around, he's going to describe the shoes, because they're quite expensive, like $500 shoes. So we want to make sure that if we can get them back for him, it'll be great. But please, can you just describe the shoes?
They are New Balance tennis shoes, and they're multicolored, different colors, very colorful. So, New Balance, and the size is 10.5.
So if you ever see anybody walking around with nice colored shoes, 10.5, it has the N on it. New Balance normally has an N on it, right? That's not Nityananda. That's somebody walking with somebody else's shoes. Let us know. Thank you very much. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you all very much for attending today's program. We're really sorry that we've run out of time like this, but we'll go outside now and do the Guru Puja to Srila Gurudev, and then we'll serve the feast out Um, feast is outside. So the feast is going to be served outside as well. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Jai. Srila Gurudev ki jai. Srila Gurudev's disappearance festival ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji ki jai. Shri Gaur Bhakta Brinda ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Sakara Sadamakshu